Well, welcome to Black History Conversations. We've got colleagues here today to start season 12. We've got some special guests with us, which is wonderful. And I'm really grateful for you all to join us. So let's get started. So I'm Liz Millman from Learning Links International. I've got other colleagues from Links International with me today as well. So just to say that we've also already got uh, Atinuke with us, which is wonderful. And we're going to make a start as we do because I'm in Australia at the moment. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I live at present. These are the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. And just to say that in The Guardian recently, no, it wasn't recently, it was last year, I think. Australians have joined Indigenous leaders and politicians across the Commonwealth to demand that King Charles III makes a formal apology for the effects of British colonialisation, making reparations by redistributing the wealth of the British Crown and the return of artefacts and human remains. So those last 2 points are really sore points here in Australia. But yes, the campaigns for Black Lives Matter and recognition of our shared history continue across the world. There's some excellent stuff going on, and we try and pick up on those points. So with Black History Conversations, we also acknowledge the injustice of the actions taken by the British and other European countries that invaded and took possession of the countries of the Caribbean Sea, as well as the continents of North and South America. In addition, we also recognise the exploitation of the great continents of Africa, Asia, and Australia, and many other parts of the world in the centuries of colonisation and ongoing exploitation. We acknowledge that this has resulted in the destruction and destabilisation of so many nations, peoples, and cultures. And we also recognise that we're in 2024, where we've had uh, almost 10 years now of the International Decade for the People of African Descent. And I think there's going to be another one launched. So, just to say as well that in the stories of Australia, because it's midnight here, and there's been different times in the middle of the night over the time, it's really difficult to ask any particular folks to join us. But I have to say that there's some really, really good stuff now coming out to explain the stories. And these stories of colonial violence in the state I'm in, Victoria, are really worth taking a deep breath and listen to, but they're quite difficult. Okay, well, we're welcoming a number of colleagues. Other colleagues are joining us at the beginning of this session, and we're really, really pleased to see you all. But a very, very special welcome to Mike and Jane Thakordin, because as you know, some of you will know, some of you won't know, but Jim Thakordin, who is quite a regular on Black History Conversations, um, passed before Easter. So we just want to remember, if that's okay, Jim. So I'm going to tell you a bit about Jim, and then I'm going to take a minute for silence, and then we'll say a prayer, and then we'll carry on with what we're doing. Okay, then. So, I'm just going to make it into a big screen. So, June Elizabeth, will you let anybody else in if they come through, please? So, Unlocking Black History is what we're about, and these are about the heroes. We've got a series now, and sadly, this is the first posthumous Black History Heroes Award we've had to give. But Jim was a very special friend, Dr. Jim Thakordin. And I love that photograph I found on the internet. I hope that was an okay one to use, when Jim was awarded an honorary Doctor of Political Science in recognition of his services to community cohesion and public life. But the other thing that I wanted to recognise that he was such a writer, written so many books. So this is a really good session because it's about people who care about Black history and have written about the stories of Black history. And I'm delighted that several of you are authors that have joined us today. So Jim's books, All Different, All Equal, the story of his life. The Our Lives, Our History, Our Future. It's a great book for catching up and learning more about Black history, and also learning a little about the life of Enrico Stennett, a good friend of his, and he gave good support to us to make sure that Enrico's memory was recognised, and that's been important in Wales. And then I found I'd not seen this one before, Jim's book on Eradicate Racism, a Murderous Crime. So yeah, need to get hold of a copy of that. And Jim loved gardening, so I've put greenery behind the slides so that we can remember that. And I did have a good visit to see Jim when I was back in England last time. So Jim will be remembered as very forthright and very well read. He was a copious writer and a lifelong activist. In the last few years, Jim was also able to support NWAMI, the North Wales Association for Multicultural Integration, presenting his story at the Windrush celebrations there. And that's where I spent most time, probably, with Jim and with his wife. And then he joined the first series of our Black History Conversations when we had to move to Zoom sessions instead of doing conferences. And in that first season, which was in 2020, in the autumn, Jim introduced his story, and we also saw a little bit of the film that he'd made. So that was fantastic, and we've got that recording in our archive. But this was interesting. I checked on the internet to see what tributes there were, and this was from the Luton Today. So they reported that tributes had poured in for Jim, unionist and activist from Luton, because he'd passed then, age 80. Jim, part of the Windrush generation, born on a sugar plantation in Guyana and working there when he was 12. Then he moved to the UK, Bedfordshire County Councillor, Parish Councillor, and involved in the Labour Party for over 5 decades. And at the full council meeting last week, a minute's silence was held in his honour. And the Labour leader of Luton Borough Council and Lucy Councillor Hazel Simmons, MBE, recognised he'd been a long-serving Labour Party member of more than 50 years, well known in the town and well respected. So I've just got one more slide to say thank you, Jim. And actually, Jim was the only person who felt able to put his hand in his pocket to help fund the much needed update of the Black History Conversations website. And I'm so sad that he didn't manage to see that, but we so appreciated that gesture. Jim was a good friend who respected the efforts of others and always supported the efforts to recognise, as I said before, the good work of his friend Enrico Stennett. So our thoughts are with you, Mike and Jane, and we wish you all the very best in these sad times, and R.I.P. Jim. So we'll just take a minute now to be silent and to think about Jim. And we'll follow our silence by asking Dr. Vivian Crawford, one of the people we previously identified as a Black History hero. There's so many of you, and we're getting through. But Vivian, would you like to say a prayer for us, please? I know this is a tradition for you starting meetings in Jamaica.
So let us pray. In reverence, God, we approach the mercy seat where prayers are answered. We thank you for planet Earth. God, you are working with us, and we seek to work with you. We thank you for your children. We thank you for Liz, who is guiding the affairs of our conversations. We pray for strength for Liz to continue with the zeal in which she undertakes her tasks. We regard ourselves, Father, as on the relay team of life, and we each person is given that baton which we cannot drop. We thank you for all those in the process. We pray for world peace. We pray for understanding. We pray that we realize there's a destiny which makes us one. In this consciousness, Father, we thank you for lending Dr. Jim, to planet Earth. We thank you for what he was able to do. You loaned him to us, and so in returning him to you, we have no regrets, because we know that what God gives, God takes away, and what is God's is ours forever if we belong to God. So in this consciousness, we surround ourselves with a prayer that was left on the moon. The light of God surrounds us, the love of God enfolds us, the power of God protects us, the presence of God watches over us. Wherever we are, God is, and all is well. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Vivian Crawford. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. So, Mike and Jane, it's just wonderful. Thank you. Would you like to say anything now?
I think I'd just like to say thank you very much. That was absolutely lovely. It's nice to see, sorry, excuse me for a second. It's lovely to see Mum's joined as well, which is lovely.
It's lovely to see you, Mum. It's brilliant to see you.
That's Doreen's, that's Jim's wife. Yeah. So yes, thank you very much. Beautiful Doreen. Prayer, thank you. And lovely, lovely words, thank you. So we Dad was cremated on Wednesday there, so he passed on the 18th, so it took a few weeks for us to put his wishes into action, which surprisingly for a man that loved being around so many people and enjoying being, you know, around lots and lots of people, his kind of last wishes were for a very, very tiny family, close family cremation, which I think we honoured him well by doing on Wednesday. And just to kind of let everybody know that he when he was cremated, he went with his Guyanese flag and some trade union badges, as you would expect from his vast collection, and some lovely photos of family and close comrades. So he's gone well, and but thank you. It's a lovely, lovely tribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. It's also worth adding that at the end we were able to sing the Red Flag, which was a great touch, because it embodied, you know, what the father stood for, and he kept his principles until the end, even though, you know, others may, you know, denigrate those. He was a man who stuck with what he believed, as I think Liz alluded to. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. That's really wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Doreen, thank you for joining us.
You're
That's
very
really
welcome,
great.
Liz. Thank you.
Look, I'm in Australia, you're in the UK, and I'm giving you a really, really big hug.
Okay, all right. I can feel it now.
Thank
Hope
you.
to see you soon. Bye-bye, darling.
Okay, bye-bye to you too. Well, thank you very much indeed for as a family for joining us as we pay our respects to Jim. And what an amazing character. We really miss him, but we have recordings of him contributing to our sessions, so they'll all be archived, and we'll remember him on our website. So we're really pleased. So thanks very much indeed. Okay, well,
can I just add one thing in? I'm sorry to interrupt you, sorry, but just before we go, just to say that Dad has left, as you would expect, a fantastic archive of Black history books, activist books, of which I'm kind of taking responsibility for at the moment, and I'm, very, very, very keen that they get archived in the really correct way. But I'm aware that we've got some really esteemed colleagues on the call, so if anybody would like to take maybe some of Dad's, a small selection of Dad's books, please come, maybe via yourself, Liz, if it's okay. We could maybe be kept in touch with each other, and I can, once I've catalogued everything, I can let you know if there are specific publications that might be useful to people, and also for those that have maybe connections with other countries as well, to enable those to go further afield, if that would definitely be Dad's wish, I know.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I was going to mention, but then I thought perhaps I wouldn't. So that's really kind that you've brought that up. So Jane, you and I'll stay in touch, and Doreen, I hope we'll stay in touch too, and Mike. So that's really been lovely, and we will certainly help you, because his archive collection is pretty special. Pretty special. Thanks so much. You're very welcome to stay along with us. We're now going to meet Atinuke, and I tell you, the excitement here in Ferny Creek in Victoria has been great. So Atinuke, I'm just going to whoopsie-daisy, you'll have to go on to the next slide. Here we are then. So we're welcoming you, a very exciting time. As a Nigerian Welsh author, you're joining us to discuss your brilliant book, Brilliant Black British History, an absolute classic. So I'm thrilled to bits with the fact that you agreed to come along and talk with us. So many books that you've written. And I was showing the pile of books I've got here of my granddaughters earlier on. But Tilly, and I have to say the other granny, who's called Beppa, members of the Ferny Creek chapter of the Atinuke fan club here in Australia. And Tilly has read, I think, the majority of your smaller books, but she's going to be getting on to the bigger books presently. So absolutely brilliant. She was so thrilled. Obviously, it's the middle of the night. She's in bed, so she can see the recording. But this book really is phenomenal. Atinuke is going to tell us about the book. She's got a PowerPoint, and that's going to be brilliant to share. But just some of the comments: powerful, vividly illustrated, beautiful illustrations by Kingsley Nabechi. Reframing Black British history. That word reframing is really significant. This is a very, very significant book. Then we had a brilliant, fascinating history book. I've never seen a history book like this before, I tell you. Started reading it, couldn't put it down. I wish I'd had this kind of a book when I was a child, says our kid, says the Children's Laureate. And this book is revolutionary, really true. So I'm not going to go through this presentation, that slide, but I'm just going on to this one, because I love particularly this comment, brilliant Black British history, because we have to remember this, that Ireland, the whole of Ireland, was once part of Great Britain, and some of its history is in this book too. And there's a link here to Amazon where it is, and Atinuke, you may want to tell us where you've got other sources for people buying your books. I don't know if you want to do that or not. But Atinuke, over to you. This is just so exciting.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me. I feel really, really honoured, and also really humbled to be speaking to my elders. Thank you for the opportunity. The PowerPoint that I have is the one that is designed for children. So this is a children's book. So you'll excuse the PowerPoint. A lot of it will be things that you know already, but I wanted to do the same presentation that I do for children so you can see what I'm presenting to children at schools. And now we have this wonderful Zoom. I can talk to sometimes 10 schools at once, and they're all every little box is a little classroom. You can see all the tiny little faces. I decided to write this book in 2020. So I'm mostly a fiction writer. I've written about 30 books, mostly fiction, all for children. My other non-fiction book is a book about the African continent, which has a different African country on every single page. And I wrote that one because I discovered that going into schools in the UK and in the US, that teachers were teaching as if Africa was one place. So they'd have like, oh, we're focusing, we're doing a project on Africa, the animals of Africa, the landscape, but not about the different countries. So that was my first non-fiction book, wanting to give teachers a resource so that they could say, oh, we're going to do a project on Kenya or on Nigeria or on Namibia. Then in 2020, the Black Lives Matter marches happened, and in the UK, there seemed to be an opportunity to really discuss Black history, not so much in a niche way. Teachers were saying, okay, we want to teach about Black history. Where are the books? And I thought that I would provide the schools that I work with a curated list of really good books about Black British history, because I'm based in the UK and most of the schools I work with are here. I thought let's have some really good children's books on Black British history, because there are some great children's books on Black history just in general, a lot of which focused on Black American history. But I wanted Black British history, and I could not find in 2020 a single children's book just about Black British history. There was not even one. And that was a really a wake-up call for me, just showing me how naive I had been to think that there would be lots and I would just pick the best and recommend those. And I was so shocked that I decided I was going to have to write one, because there needed to be, for Black British children, there needed to be a book about their history. And I thought that it would be a book that would span like 2,000 years of British history, starting with the Black Roman soldiers that came to Britain when the Romans colonized Britain, going through the Black soldiers who fought for Britain and the Allies in the First World War and the Second World War, then Windrush, and moving to the present day. I thought that that was Black British history, 2,000 years of British history. And again, that was my ignorance, because when I came to do my research, I discovered that Britain was a Black country, and by that I mean inhabited by people with Black and brown skin for most of British history. For most of British history, Britain has been an entirely Black country. I discovered that Black British history is 12,000 years old. White British history is 4,500 years old. So Black British history is much older than white British history. I discovered that the first inhabitants of Britain were Black, and it changed my identity as a Black British person. I moved to Britain when I was 10, and as a child went through really horrific racism in Britain. And I thought that Britain was a white country and that Black people with Black skin or brown skin were incomers, newcomers that, you know, hopefully would be welcomed but tolerated or rejected. And what I found out researching the book was, I mean, it has changed my life and my sense of identity. So I'm going to share my screen and give you a little whistle-stop tour through Black British history, as I do for children. And then we can have questions. Did you know that the first human beings on the planet lived on the African continent? So everybody's ancestors, if you go back far enough, your greats, everybody's ancestors, no matter where you're from now, no matter what you look like, your first ancestors were Black African people. Did you know that from the African continent, human beings spread around the world, and depending on where we settled, the way we looked changed? So people who settled where the sun is not very strong, eventually over thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, those people became light-skinned. People who settled where the air is cold, again, over thousands and thousands and thousands of years, their noses became narrower to warm up the air before the air went into their bodies. So all over the world, over thousands of years, people changed. Did you know that the first human beings to settle in Britain permanently looked like this? They had dark Black skin, they had bright blue eyes, and these were the first British people and the only British people for 7,000 years. Did you know that after 7,000 years, a new group of people moved to Britain? And these people, some had dark brown skin, some had light brown skin. These people brought farming to Britain. They brought the first sheep, they brought the first wheat. They were the people who cleared the forests on the hills of Britain for their sheep farms that are still in Britain today. And they built the stone circles like Stonehenge. Stonehenge is a symbol of Britain and of British history, and it was built by people who had dark and light brown skin. Did you know that the third and fourth group of people to arrive in Britain only 4,000 years ago, and then about 3,000 years ago, they were the first people with white skin to move to Britain? And that second group, they were the Celtic people. And after the Celts, the Romans came and colonized Britain. And about 11% of Romans that settled in Britain were Black and brown people. The Romans were a civilized empire. They were literate. They knew how to read and write. They loved administration, they loved documents, they had very, very organized governments and armies, and they fought for hundreds of years against the white Celtic people, who were a cannibal people, which meant they actually ate other people. They had very good armies, but not organized like the Romans. Their armies fought, men and women, completely naked, covered in blue paint, blue painting designs. And the Romans conquered the Celts in England and in Wales, but they never managed to conquer the Scottish Celts. Did you know that a Black Roman emperor came to Britain to try to conquer the Scottish Celts, and he ruled the whole Roman Empire from the city of York in northern England for 3 whole years, he and his Syrian wife, who was called Black Julia. There was also a Black Roman governor of Britain. Now we have the prime ministers of England and Wales and Scotland all have brown skin now, but the very first one was actually in the Roman era. Did you know that after the Romans left, the Romans were in Britain for about 400 years. After they left, the Anglo-Saxon people invaded Britain. And this was the beginning of the English language and the English identity. One group of Anglo-Saxons were called the Angles, and the land in Britain that they conquered was called Angleland, and that word Angleland became England, and the Anglo-Saxon, their Anglo-Saxon language became the English language. Now, one of the amazing things that experiences for me writing this book has been meeting archaeologists, British archaeologists and geneticists who are at the cutting edge of history, making new discoveries all the time. And one of these discoveries, which is going to be announced next year, is that they have found a graveyard of noble Anglo-Saxon families. So some ruling Anglo-Saxons who ruled Britain, and they've been doing DNA tests on the skeletons, and one of the girls who is buried with the artifacts of the nobility. So she was a noble woman. She has a 3rd West African heritage. So right at the time when England as a nation was forming and the English language was developing, there were Black people in the Anglo-Saxon nobility. There would still have been Black Roman Britons, even though the Roman army no longer ruled Britain. Roman civilians were still there, so there would have been that 11% of Black Romans. This time during the Middle Ages was when the Vikings were invading Britain, and the Vikings came to enslave people. They kidnapped people, they captured them, and they sold them all over the world. At that time, Dublin in Ireland was the biggest slave trading city in the world. And the people that the Vikings were enslaving were white Anglo-Saxon people. Did you know that after the Middle Ages, it was the Tudor era in Britain? And during the Middle Ages, the superpowers of the world were the Islamic empires. including Southern Europe, where Spain, Portugal, and France were part of a Islamic empire that was ruled from North Africa for over 800 years. And when these empires crumbled, people from them moved to Britain. So a lot of Black people moved into Britain during the Tudor eras from the Islamic empires in Southern Europe. And they brought with them new technology, new discoveries. The Islamic empires had made incredible discoveries in medicine and science and navigation. And they brought with them tales of the countries around the world that were rich in resources that Britain was hungry for. And so towards the end of the Tudor era, using the new discoveries that had been made by the Islamic empires in navigation, Britain and the other European nations sent ships around the world looking for India. They discovered the Americas, they discovered Africa. And when ships from Europe landed on the African continent, they met empires, African empires and kingdoms that were thousands of years old. And the British sailors could not believe their eyes, because in these empires, they found literate people in the Swahili city-states in East Africa. Ordinary homes had scrolls. This was pre-books, where people had scrolls, and the ordinary people in the Swahili city-states were literate at a time when European kings and queens and nobility, not even all of those were literate. They found empires which had cities with buildings several stories high, which the City of London didn't have at that time. There was indoor plumbing and indoor toilets at a time when in London people were using potties and emptying their potties out of windows onto the street, where they were collected by the night soil men. They discovered empires that were rich in gold. The richest man who's ever lived was Mansa Musa, richer than any of the billionaires today. He had so much gold that when he went on pilgrimage to Mecca, he gave away so much gold in Egypt that there was a banking crisis because the gold standard dropped. And it took the banks of Egypt and Europe 12 years to recover. Now, Britain and Europe were greedy for the wealth of the African continent, of South Asia, of the Americas. They conquered and divided the Americas. They had created big farms called plantations, and they needed people to work the farms. And did you know this was the beginning of one of the most terrible times of human history, where Britain and other European nations kidnapped African peoples and forced them onto ships to work on their plantations in the Americas? Did you know that over 12 million people were kidnapped and trafficked out of the African continent, mainly to the Americas, to work on plantations? Over 3.1 million people were trafficked on British ships alone. And this is what made the tiny, tiny islands that make up Britain the first industrialized nation and superpower of the world, because those workers on the plantations were not paid for their money. So the money that should have been paid to them came back to Britain because the plantations were owned by British people, and the money flooded into Britain, and places which were small towns, even London would have been considered a town. London, Liverpool, Bristol, Glasgow, places like that became huge, rich cities. And it made the British royal family one of the richest royal families in the world. The king at that time was King Charles III. King Charles II. We have King Charles III on the throne now. King Charles II and his brother, the Duke of York, became incredibly wealthy. They didn't have plantations, but they actually owned ships that trafficked people, and they sold actual human beings that they had kidnapped, and the money made the British royal family incredibly wealthy. And Britain and its royal family are wealthy to this day. Did you know that the people who were kidnapped and trafficked never stopped fighting for their freedom, even when they were fighting using only spades and hoes against armies with guns and rifles? They still fought for hundreds of years. They fought on the ships, they fought in the plantations, they fought with their fists, with their stories, with their dances and their martial arts. They fought in the cities, they fought with their words. In this picture is Mary Prince, who wrote the first written autobiography of a Black woman in Britain, and was the first woman of any colour to petition the British Parliament. Did you know that the fight went on in the British courts, where people with black and brown skin were not allowed to speak, but their white allies spoke and fought alongside them in the courts? And at that time, the Lord Chief Justice of Britain, the most important judge in Britain, had no children of his own, but he had two adopted daughters, his two nieces, and one of them was called Elizabeth Dido Bell, and she was a Black woman, the son of Lord Chief Justice Mansfield's nephew and an African enslaved woman. And he brought her up as in his household. And he made a ruling that it was not legal to sell human beings in Britain, no matter the color of their skin. Did you know that the fight to end slavery went on for over 300 years, generation after generation of the most resilient people on the planet fought? During this time, there was a queen on the British throne who had African ancestry. We have records of the racist comments that the court made about her, but Queen Charlotte held her head up high and became known as a good ruler of Britain. Her husband was ill from one of the King Georges for many years, and so she actually ruled Britain, and was known as a good ruler. There were many, many Black Georgian people, including Captain Jack Perkins, a Jamaican who was the first Black officer in the British Navy. And to this day, he holds the record for the number of enemy ships captured. Did you know that after over 300 years, the fight was won and slavery was abolished? But when slavery was abolished, the people who were paid compensation were the slave owners, the people who had kidnapped and trafficked and taken away the freedom of other people. They were the people that were compensated. And Black people in Britain and the Americas were left with no land and no money, and some Black communities and countries have remained poor to this day because they were never compensated for all their hundreds of years of the work that made Britain and the British royal family rich. Did you know that only 3 or 4 years after slavery ended, Queen Victoria came to the throne, and it was the Victorian era. It was a time of inventions and innovations, and once again, in every walk of life in Britain, there were people with Black skin. There were Black sportsmen, there were Black soldiers, Black musicians, composers, authors, coal miners, laborers, police officers, charity workers. Queen Victoria herself had 2 adopted Black children. It was at this time when electricity was invented and installed, and it was a Black American man, Lewis Latimer, who came and installed public electricity in London. Did you know that Britain went on, we've talked about Britain conquering North America. Britain went on to conquer countries all over the world. And we have to remember where this started. This started with England colonizing Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. And when this happened, especially in Ireland and in Scotland, England took the land and took the resources, took the food, and there were famines and millions of people starved to death. And when Britain went out to conquer nearly a quarter of the rest of the world, using the riches from slavery that had made Britain rich, the same thing happened. Millions of people starved to death in India while food was being shipped to Britain. And you can see in this slide some of the resources that were shipped to Britain. And many of these countries remain struggling and poor to this day. Did you know that Britain and Europe went to war over their colonies, and millions of global majority people, people from the Caribbean nations, from African nations, from India, from China, from all over the world, fought for Britain and the Allies, both in the First World War and then less than 30 years later in the Second World War. And Britain only just won, Britain and her allies only just won the Second World War. So without the help of those millions of global majority people, Britain and her allies would have lost the war to Hitler and the fascists, and history would be very, very different now. Did you know that after the war, Britain was broke? Wars are very expensive. Britain could not keep up her empire anymore. Poverty was so much that between 2 and 3 million British people left for Canada and the Americas to escape the poverty. And so Britain put out advertisements in newspapers in the Caribbean and in African countries, calling for people to come and help rebuild Britain, offering jobs to people. And as I've explained, these countries had been left poor because of the history of enslavement and colonialization, and many people came hoping and looking for good jobs to rebuild Britain, but also make better lives for themselves and their families. People came from all over the Caribbean, all over Africa and South Asia. Did you know that when people got here, even though they'd been invited to come, they were met with racism? They were refused work, they were refused housing, and there were some incredible British activists like Paul Stevenson and Joyce Barrow who fought for equality against the colour bar in Britain. Lots of people and children know about the civil rights movement in America. There was a civil rights movement in Britain, which continues to this day. Dr. Harold Moody, who set up an organization like Dr. Martin Luther King, who people know about so much more, but Dr. Harold Moody, like him, was a Christian. He believed in non-violence. He believed in pacifist action. And he changed Britain for he fought the battle for over 50 years and helped to make Britain a fairer place for everybody. Jocelyn Barrow worked with the head of Marks and Spencer's, the Jewish head of Marks and Spencer's, who understood what racism was, to make sure that Black people had access to the same sorts of jobs as white people. Did you know that now there are Black people in every single walk of life, from farmers to police officers, business people, lawyers, actors, sports people, authors, scientists. Dr. Christopher B. Lynch is a British doctor who came to Britain from Ghana. He worked as a hospital porter in a hospital while he trained to become a barrister. When he found that he couldn't practice law in Britain because he was not accepted as a Black person by law firms, he retrained, continued working as a hospital porter. He retrained as a doctor. He became a doctor. He became a consultant. He invented a procedure called the Lynch procedure, which is used during cesareans that has, according to the World Health Organization, it has saved the lives of over 3 million women worldwide. Over 3 million women's lives worldwide has been saved by the invention of this Black British doctor. But did you know that in spite of the fact that the first British people were Black, that Britain has been a Black country for nearly twice as long as it has been a mostly white country, that without Black people, Britain would not have become rich, would not have become the first industrialized nation in the world, that this tiny island would not have become a superpower, that without Black and other global majority people, Britain and her allies would not have won the world wars, in spite of the fact that Black and other global majority people moved to Britain after the wars to rebuild Britain and make Britain great again. Did you know that racism still exists? And Black people, people with Black and brown skin in Britain, are treated unfairly to this day. And in the book, there are the stories of so many Black and white people that have fought against racism and for equality throughout British history, and who have changed British history for the better. So the question now is simply, what will we do What will you do? If you'd like to know more about Black British history, it's all in this book by me and illustrated incredibly by Kingsley and Betchy. Thank you for listening.
Wow, that was fantastic. Oh, thank you so much. It was just great that you shared with us your children's presentation, because it would have been quite difficult for people to understand who haven't seen your book to understand just how it is. I mean, it is a truly remarkable production, never mind about what it's got inside it. But can you see that inside are those illustrations that Atinuke was sharing with us, with a lot more explanatory text? So it's just quite remarkable, and it's so comprehensive. I mean, it's something very, very special indeed. But I'm going to let people make their own comments and come in. Okay, right. Well,
sorry,
I know.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Helen, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Atinuke. That was brilliant. It was interesting that last night I was at a school governors meeting in North Wales. And one of the issues that's kind of cropping up in the school is this kind of awareness of self and other people. And I don't know whether you, your talks are across Wales. I believe you are Welsh anyway, or live in Wales. But do you do the Zoom meetings for schools across Wales?
Yes, I do, when I'm invited to.
Okay, so it's simply a case of having the head teachers or invite you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's fantastic. Actually, I asked Atinuke in an email and said, is there any chance of it being translated into Welsh? Because the Welsh schools are so keen to have bilingual materials and to respect their language. So I don't know if that'll ever be on the agenda, Atinuke.
I think it is on the agenda. I think it's quite a long process because of the cost of it. So yeah.
Mm.
If the Welsh Books Council will support a translation, then it will be easy for that to happen.
Great, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. I've got a lot of hands up at the moment. Rose, would you like to go next? I'm not sure I'm going to get everybody in the right order.
Atinuke, that was just extraordinary. And I actually think you should keep that talking to children presentation for all of us. I really, really enjoyed the journey, and it's just, I don't know, my heart was gladdened by the way you took us through, and in a very sort of calm and authoritative way, and there were things there I didn't know, actually, and I'm a historian background, so it was just wonderful, and I thank you so much, because I can see my children, my grandchildren, and those around me in my family just actually stepping back and just standing and owning in a way that you spoke about for yourself at the beginning, that feeling of you didn't use the word belonging, but it really has strengthened my view of us, and I say us in a broad sense of all of us, both black and white. So yeah, really, really thank you, really genuinely.
Thank you, Rose.
I think Rose's comments are fantastic. Rose has been a head teacher in London. She's also written, I think, 2 books now with the experiences of black people who served in the armed services. as well as the voices of the Windrush generation. So someone whose view we really, truly respect. That's wonderful. Mike, would you like to come in next?
Yeah, thanks so much. I've got to say, it's one of the most beautiful illustrated books I've ever seen in my life. You know, so absolutely wonderful. I just wondered, Atinuke, is there any opportunities of either making a sort of one option for the adult audience, and also for adult or the existing children's audience, a physically different shaped book, which is a little bit easier to transport?
Do you mean, are you asking whether there's going to be an adult book? Writing the children's book nearly killed me. So, I mean, I would really love to write a version of it for teenagers. So still illustrated, but with a lot more information. It was very, very hard to pare it down for primary school children. But I don't know how many years it would take me to do it. As for a different format, I mean, the paperback is coming out in August. And I'm not sure that it'll be in a different format other than being a paperback. The other thing to say about this book is that there was and is, I mean, I'm kind of dreading August really, a really huge racist backlash to the book. Unfortunately, you know, racists have a loud voice. You know, people who are angry and violent have a loud voice, and there is an organized and funded community of racist people in Britain, which I didn't realize. People who do not want to know that the first British people were black, or that people with brown skin built Stonehenge. So I've had to have security at my events, at children's events, which is kind of crazy. Police doing risk assessment of my home. All sorts of things about my life have had to change. So were I to write a teenage one, I mean, I would do it, but it's had a big effect on my life, both. I think it's been like the end of innocence for me, really. And talking to the archaeologists the British archaeologists and geneticists, both black and white, I mean, the ones who did the DNA tests on the first British people and who published the papers saying that they had black skin, they have suffered the same. White scientists who've been threatened because of their scientific research, who are scared to speak. So yeah, we celebrate the book, but it also shows the side of Britain that is really, really scary.
Atinuke, I understood that you'd experienced this pushback, and one of the things that we're concerned about in Black History Conversations is to support, if there's any way that we can, anyone, particularly authors or campaigners, who find that there is this denial of truth, and that it can make it very uncomfortable for individuals. And we so much respect the fact that you've come to talk with us, and to talk it so honestly and straightforwardly. And those of us who are even adults, I'm sure, learned an awful lot, you know, things that haven't been talked about in the way that you're expressing them just incredible. So my true respect to you, Atinuke. Thank you. Jackie Pennant, you'd got a point you wanted to make.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much, Atinuke. I really appreciated that. I don't have your book, but I definitely will be getting a copy. So first thing I wanted to statement I wanted to make was growing up in Britain, going through the school system, the culture. I think a lot of us, I mean, I'm 60 plus now, but a lot of grew up with a crisis of identity, of place, space, identity, like where do we fit in? So I think this, introducing this to school children is an excellent start in helping them to kind of have a sense of space, place where they find themselves, where they fit in Black Britain. Question I had for you. Well, another thing I wanted to say was I like the way that you questions was, did you know? So it was factual. You know, you're stating facts. It's not that you're saying, oh, maybe this happened or discussion. It's, did you know this happened? Did you know? So it's like a factual book, and I'm sure that what I've found is there's a lot of information in plain view that has kind of been hidden. So the fact that you've done the research and you've been able to put it out that way, I really appreciate that. Question for you, I think you kind of went into a little bit, was that what kind of obstacles did you face in your research? And thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Jackie. The research, I mean, it took a long time. I started by reading adult books on Black British history. And I realized that a lot of the adult books on Black British history are very dense and possibly inaccessible to anybody who doesn't consider themselves like an academic or confident reader. You know, lots of us adults are not confident readers. And certainly, I mean, I felt daunted by a lot of the books that I made my way through. A lot of the research, some of it I stumbled across online. So, you know, finding out that the first British people had black skin, I mean, I just came across that just on the Natural History Museum website. And then I saw, whoa, there's a Channel 4 documentary about this. And it's not in the Black history books for adults even. Those people are not claimed as part of Black British history. Some of it was hard because my publisher quite rightly made sure that everything in the book was double, triple checked, factually checked. So, for example, I had read that Ignatius Sancho, a Georgian, Black British Georgian, that he was the first Black person on record to vote. And I'd read it online, I'd read it in books, but my publisher says, yeah, but you've got to prove it. Where's the proof? This book, you've read it in this book, but this book doesn't have a footnote. There's no footnote saying what the proof is. So I thought we were going to have to take that out of the book. There were many things that didn't go into the book because I couldn't find that original historical document. And then I was working on the edits of the book I happened to be in London in a hotel opposite the British Library. I went out for my lunch break into the British Library. They had an exhibition of like random things. It was like, these are the kind of things we have in the British Library. And there was Ignatius Sancho's voting slip. There it was, his voting slip with his name and his signature. And I was able to take a photo and send it to my editor and say, is this proof enough? Really, really important, because at that time, only about 3% of British people could vote. A, only men could vote, and B, only men who owned a certain amount of property could vote. So a Black British man voted when only 3% of men could vote and no women at all. So I was so happy that we could put it in the book, but it was only because I happened to see his voting slip in the British Library. So it was that kind of thing. I ran around trying to find documents and missed some things, yeah, because they're hidden deep in some archive somewhere where I couldn't find them to prove. It's not enough to read it on the internet and say, I read on the internet that, you know, this and that. Yeah.
Gosh, it's fantastic to hear that, you know, how you had to do all that fact checking, but absolutely amazing. Vivian Crawford, I'm going to ask you next if you'd like to contribute.
Yes.
And then
Robert is ahead of me. Robert is
is
ahead of me. Robert is before me.
Robert, I'll let you go next then.
Yeah.
Robert, Dr. Robert Moore is Professor Robert Moore from North Wales, and he's an active supporter of our Black History Conversations. Thank you. Over to you, Robert.
Yeah. Ignorance of Africa. I bet you lots of school teachers are very ignorant of Africa. When I was teaching, I used to hand out an outline map of Africa to my students without any countries labeled, and ask them to fill in the names of the countries. The vast majority could not fill in a single country. Some did fill things in, and they labeled South Africa as Egypt and all sorts of nonsense like that. I had complaints from students. Why are we expected to know this sort of thing? And I had one young woman who broke down in tears because she didn't know one African country. Having said that, I mean, you are obviously going to pay a penalty for publishing a book like this. You're going to get a lot of abuse and threats. In my time, I've had death threats and a lot, and it's not very nice. But I must say, I was worried by some of the history that you were recounting. You may have double-checked and treble-checked on things, but some sources are more contentious than others. And your timeline had me very puzzled. Were you saying that Britain was a Black country in the Bronze Age? Because reading history, having practiced some archaeology, having taught in this field for decades, have not seen the evidence that Britain was, if you like, Black in the Bronze Age. The argument of the migration of people out of Africa to Europe is extremely well established and documented. I mean, there isn't really any argument there. But there are also other arguments about human evolution within Europe. For example, what about Neanderthals? I thought that they had evolved into Homo sapiens, and I'm not sure what color they were. So I think, you know, I feel there are some problems with your timeline. It was also a very long one. For example, you talked about the Bengal famine. Well, that was in my lifetime. I was a young man in the time of the Bengal famine. One or two facts had me puzzled as well. The Romans did not conquer the Celts in North Wales at least. Don't tell anybody in North Wales that the Romans conquered them.
Now, come on, Robert. We can't just be going through the whole
No.
history again
I
and
just want to
challenging.
pick on one or two illustrative points. That was one, just to say they conquered. Well, they had a fight on their hands for a very long time. Also, your suggestion that the Anglo-Saxons were cannibals, I would like to know your source for that.
This is why we need the adult book, I think, Robert, because
yes, but you're telling children this.
Atinuke to be able to.
I'm happy to answer these.
Yeah.
Okay.
And final point, you mentioned Jocelyn Barrow. I knew Jocelyn, and to present her as some sort of hero of the Black struggle, shall we say, is a little bit misleading. There were much more important people in her era, and there was a sense in which she got incorporated and taken up by the establishment. She was a lovely woman, and I mean, I admired her and hope she regarded me as a friend, but I wouldn't see her as a great hero of the Black struggle. Anyhow, I'm a dissenting voice, and I think I'm the only. I'm the only white man here.
I'm happy to answer those.
I'm on a similar page. I'm on a similar page, I'm afraid. I'm on a similar page.
Let me start with the Bronze Age. So all my sources for the colour of British populations come from the Natural History Museum. So the Neanderthals were actually a separate species of human. Wow. They didn't develop into Homo sapiens. So the Natural History Museum, and this is the same with, there's been a program about Swedish history that's had a big backlash as well, because similarly they're the first humans to Homo sapiens, like our species of human, to settle in Sweden had dark black skin and blue eyes. And so Britain, yes, the Neanderthals were here. There were ice ages. My book starts with the first humans to settle in Britain after the ice ages, because during the ice ages, humans came and went. So since Britain has been continuously inhabited by humans. And the DNA tests on these populations were done in the Natural History Museum. They have one of the two best DNA laboratories in the world. I don't know where the other one is, in America somewhere, I think. But Britain, in the Natural History Museum, has one of the two best. And this is where they did the tests on Cheddar Man. And discovered they were not surprised at all, because tests have been done in other European countries. And these early populations, they had the dark black skin and the bright blue eyes, and scientists call them Western hunter-gatherers. They are an ethnicity of people that no longer exist. They were not a different species of human. They were Homo sapiens like us, but their ethnicity no longer exists. And scientists call them Western European hunter-gatherers, because unlike modern Black people have African ancestry in the last few hundred years. These Western European hunter-gatherers, their African ancestry was thousands of years previous. And the reason they had kept their dark black skin is because there are various reasons that skin color changes and it's really complicated genetics, and it's to do with like different genes. But the main reason is because humans need vitamin D in order to thrive. And if you're not getting vitamin D from the sun, you have to get it from your food. And if you're a hunter-gatherer, you have plenty of vitamin D in your diet. So as humans left the African continent and inhabited the world, as long as they were hunter-gathering, they had enough vitamin D to keep the dark skin. When farming was invented and you start eating grains, then you're not getting enough vitamin D in your diet. Then you need it from the sun. So then it was like the lighter skinned people would thrive. Now, the first mainly white population that moved to Britain was 4,500 years ago. They were the Bell-Beaker people. And even they were only like 75% white. So in those early populations, this is Dr. Tom Booth, who's from the Natural History Museum, explained that skin tone was quite varied in some of those populations. So even the Celtic people who we think of as being white, about 80% of them were white. The other 20% were brown skinned, and that they probably didn't have such a fix on skin color equating ethnicity and identity, because there was a wide range. And in the Bell-Beaker people and the Celtic people, they had markers, they have genetic markers that show that they were populations that were getting lighter. So as those initial dark-skinned populations, some of them got lighter, others, those ethnicities died out. So those first Britons, they died out when the second wave of migrants came to Britain, who were from light brown to dark brown. We don't know whether they died out because they were killed off in wars, or whether they were absorbed like through marriage or mating, however you want to describe it, or whether the new people brought illnesses. So that the first ethnicity died off, and then the Stonehenge builders, they died off when the Bell-Beaker people came, and then the Celtic people came, and then the Romans. It was the Celtic people that I said were cannibals, not the Anglo-Saxons. I can't remember your other points. I could go on at length. I am happy to answer questions. Any questions that are asked politely, I'm happy.
Yes, I mean,
we need to have this discussion as a Welsh conference. I think it would be absolutely ideal. And I don't know, Annika, whether it may be possible that we do something over the summer. We certainly have some plans. So Robert, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go on to Vivian now. Thank you very much for responding, Atinuke, in detail to those points. So we'll need to wrap up in a moment. So Vivian, would you like to come in now, please?
Wow, sure. I want to thank most sincerely Atinuke for this eureka. And while you were presenting, how I wished that Lord Anthony Gifford were at this gathering, because I'm a member of the Reparation Council for Jamaica, and he left Jamaica, England, to join us here in Jamaica, because he said as a student, Winchester College, he was not taught about what you are presenting. And he went to Abuja, to a conference, and he heard something similar to what you're presenting, and he cried. And while he was telling me here in Jamaica, speaking with me, he was crying. We're still crying, because what you presented this morning and the hostility that you said you are meeting, in 1944, a Jamaican by the name of Roger Mace wrote an article, Now We Know. and he was sent to prison for high treason. So on the journey, on the relay of life, your toe will be stubbed, but you are here to win the race. So continue. The prayers are for you. I know that you couldn't include everything, but I am partial to Jamaica. I am descendant of Maroons, and we would not have it. In 1739, the English had to make a treaty with us. So I would want to say that you would have read an article in the Guardian newspaper of the 5th of July, 2023, about the innovation from Jamaica, which propelled Britain to become the world's leading iron exporter during the Industrial Revolution, Dr. Jenny Bull's trade. And that is about wrought iron made from scrap iron by 76 Africans who were in our parish of St. Thomas. And Henry Cort, a British financier, he patented it because, as we learn on, I call this program incidentally, you should get the name of it, the Liz Millman Institute. We learn at the Liz Millman Institute from Alex Renton that to justify enslavement, Europeans said that people of Africans were half human and half animal. And I would want, and I said you can't include everyone, but I would want Mary C. Cole to be included, some space in your book. And
she is. She's there.
Oh, thank God for Jesus. And then you spoke about Harold Moody, Dr. Harold Moody from Kingston here, Jamaica. And although he passed with honors as a medical doctor, he couldn't get a job. And so, he mobilized when people came up, Black people, he was able to do something for them. But what I want to say, his brother Ronald was a sculptor, and his work is at the National Portrait Gallery. And his other brother, Ludlow Moody, Dr. Ludlow Moody, was Custis of Kingston. And when you visit Jamaica, you will see a school called Bulmer's, and the preparatory school beside it, he gave all the lands for it. I'm saying all of this to say there is a destiny which makes us one, and we can't fight against truth. We cannot fight against truth. We have to embrace it. And I thank you most sincerely for evoking our curiosity. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was just brilliant. And
I'm sorry, I didn't even mention about Dr. Hans Sloan and the collection from Jamaica, Spanish Town, which was presented for the founding of the British Museum. We don't have time for that. That's another time.
Well, I think we perhaps need to have another time. Okay, then. So, Rose, you'd got your hand up.
I just wanted to add this point about hearing of American Black resistance, the resistance movement, or that an awareness. One of my jobs, in my humble way, in my writing, is to talk about Black British stories of people, ordinary people. We're not talking about the sort of highest stratas of our lives, just saying the contributions of Caribbean peoples, Black peoples, for decades is actually we don't know enough about it. And so my little bits of writing and your bigger bits of writing for children need to know. It needs to be normalized. And yes, there are some questions around, some of the factual journey. And that's good for conversation. It's good for us to have those conversations and to actually challenge the facts, the truths. But the truth really is what needs to come out. And I'm afraid you are going to get, and you obviously have got resistance in that other more negative way, because people don't want to know. There's a type of truth that is actually problematic to some people. That doesn't mean that we have to stop telling the truths, talking about some real things that have happened, and the sources from which we draw those truths. So I thank you again. I certainly feel very strongly that we need a growing emergence of, or the emergence of, to be utilized much more strongly within the school context, amongst the communities in which we live, the broader community in which we live, so that, you know, people can begin to say, oh yeah, we know that this is actually quite normal. You know, this isn't something dreadful. It is actually really, really important history, important truth. So thank you once again, Atinuke.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For the great conversation.
June Elizabeth, you have the last word then, and you'll point to Atinuke, and then we'll look towards wrapping things up. Okay. Oh, we're going to be talking about the Windrush before we go, but
yeah, I think I was just going to say, you know, we can leave that for another time. I just wanted to really, really thank, because I'm looking at the time, it's something to 5. Yes. And what time have you got in Australia? 12 o'clock?
1:30.
Oh, no. So I had a poem that I was going to read. I couldn't read another time. It can keep.
Okay,
I just want to take this opportunity. I did really want to take the opportunity to echo what everyone else has said. And Anita, I really, really enjoyed every moment of what you did. And I felt for you. I've been presenting over 40 odd years, 45 years Black history in the schools. Last week we were lucky to get a Windrush grant of 25,000, and we would be working with some elders to tell their stories, and then we're going to let the children hear it, and then we're going to work with the college students, and then we're going to digitalize it with the walk that we done last year, Dr. Marcella Day and myself. So I really applaud you, and I think we should all take our mics off and give you a really big hand. Come on, let's take our mics off.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, brilliant.
Thank you for inviting me and for such a wonderful, wonderful conversation. Thank you all. I do need to run now because my teenager, obviously today's the day he's forgotten his key. So he's been circling and hovering. So I need to go and let him in.
Right, okay. Let him in. Thank you so much, Atinuke. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks for all your points. And just amazing. So Atinuke, if you want to get on your way now, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of other things that I've got on my PowerPoint to say today. But thank you so much. That was just amazing. Thank you very much indeed.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Wow, I must say, incredible. I did another one with little Tilly saying thank you. We've set up this Ferny Creek chapter of the Atinuke fan club here, you see. So when I said to my granddaughter that Atinuke was going to come and talk with me, it was just kind of unbelievable. Now, shall we talk about this next week then, June Elizabeth? When
yes, I think so, because I'm really conscious of the time, you know.
Yes, okay then. So I'm just going to check if there was anything else vitally urgent that I needed to mention. I think I was going to we may bring this in next week, although we've got another brilliant speaker next week. You know, those moments when you lose everything on your screen, and yes, okay, it is the middle of the night here, I must confess, right, okay. So we'll wrap things up in a moment. A brilliant audience here today. We've got Jackie Pennant from the southern states, I forget where you are, Florida. Jackie, I was glad you were able to join us. And representatives from Wales, we've had Helen and Robert, thank you for your points. And we couldn't really go into the detail of it. You are such an academic and you really, really know your stuff. I think you found a few challenges there. But what's really interesting is that I think on every point, Atinuke will be able to provide her evidence, and won't that be interesting? I'd love the adult book. Now you say you need to go to make a phone call now. Thank you very much indeed. That's fine. All the best then. And yes, you say we need to debate this elsewhere. We've got the Windrush compensation scheme Sunday chat coming up. Roland's contributing that, so that's the next session's it's the first and last of the month, so the next session's Sunday the 31st. That's very good. And thank you as well, Roland. You're working out getting another speaker, so for us that'll be really interesting, and I'll talk with your colleague next week. And it was delightful. Thank you ever so much, Mike, and please thank Jane as well, and say, and I was just going to end by saying that was an amazing Black History conversation session. It would have been a credit to your dad. I think he would have approved of that session very much indeed. So it was really good.
Absolutely.
And thank you very much, Vivian, for your comments, and all the rest of you as well. It was great to have two authors with us, Rosa and Helen as well, because
you've
you
got
really
an
know
author
what's going
here.
on.
You have a published author here with their hand up.
Oh yes, we've got 3 published authors, but you haven't
Yes,
actually
and
given
another
the
one
talk
here.
about your book yet. Soon, Elizabeth, we'll get you to do that. And Joan, of course, you're a published author too. Goodness gracious me, Will. Joan, just introduce yourself to folks so they know who you are before we finish.
Yeah, I have just emailed you because I have been working on this pamphlet on, I happen to live in Notting Hill or Ladbroke Grove, and I have been working on a local history pamphlet. And I wouldn't mind having a sort of just discussion about the sort of 50s migration. I think the sort of passage of time is such that we can sort of maybe talk about, you know, what that was or wasn't about, you know, the 50s migration that brought most of us here, or our parents here.
Okay, so Joan, if we book you in a few weeks' time, we've got
That'd be great. Thanks. Okay, cool.
A run of folks coming up now, and so she having to look it up.
Maybe after Daniel Johnson, the younger man educationist.
Yeah, next week we've got. Let me just say, unfortunately, we've not managed to get the new website ready to start this session, which is I'm disappointed by. So we're still working on the old one. But next week we've got Professor Celia Naylor talking about her research on the story of Rose Hall, and she's absolutely fascinating. And she's produced the most amazing website that goes with her explanation of the history of Rose Hall. Really, really fascinating. And then the week after, we've got an author introduced to us by Simon Fringo, Alan Lester, and he's going to talk about the truth about empire, his book, and he's worked with Satnam Sangera, who's someone else who's had a lot of pushback, to use that expression, since he published his book about the empire. The following week we've got Lamisha and Ruddock, who's done quite some innovative work on Jamaican as a language, and also Joseph Farquharson's going to join us from the Jamaican Language Unit, because that's an intangible heritage and wonderful. Simon Fringo's team are going to present to us the following week about Jacob Wainwright's story, and I'm wondering if that might be a week when we might fit in that session with you, but then possibly I'm hoping that we might get somebody from, but we could put this one off. I haven't asked this guy, somebody here from Australia, to speak as one of the first Australian community, one of the Aboriginal community, and he works for and has offered to speak to us and stay up late at night, but we could always record it. So just so you understand what's going on, then we're going to, and I don't know, no, yeah, that's interesting. So we're then going to do the Windrush weeks. When we leave Kingston and find out what's been going on in Kingston for the recognition of the departure of Windrush. And then Juanita Cox is going to join us to talk about her research that she's been working on. Then we've got some spare weeks then where we're looking to fit in to do with Windrush. And then we've got some further weeks then. But would the 17th perhaps be all right, Joan? Do you want to do a whole session or just part of a session? Joan Grant.
Me, I'd like a sort of round table. I mean, what I might do, if I may, is possibly just to send you my pamphlet. I'll just email you to send you my pamphlet if you want to read it. And then maybe just suggest people read a few pages of that David Olusogo book, Black and British, and just so we're all sort of on the same page. Yeah, I think I kind of want a round table rather than if that's possible, rather than a sort of expert-led thing. I wouldn't call myself an expert. Sorry.
Do you want to do a whole session, like a half-hour?
No, I'd say half an hour, 40 minutes. Certainly towards June or July, because I've managed to knock out my teeth and I'm waiting for my denture. So I'd rather wait till I've actually got some teeth in.
So if we put it back to after we've done the Windrush series of sessions, put it as the first one after that, that would be fascinating. I'd be ready for people's holidays then. They'll be able to get the pamphlet on Black history in London, isn't it, you do? Okay, right. Sort that out then. That's wonderful.
Thank you, cheers.
And we've also got Ivor, who's been patiently with us. Ivor's actually based in Pennant, Jamaica. So it's great that you joined us, Ivor, as well. So it was good to talk to you last night. We came up with lots of bright ideas there as well. And June Elizabeth, thank you for being here with me and keeping my eye on things. And Caroline managing to stay awake. Excellent.
Learned so much. Yes.
Okay, Ivor. Well, I think you'd have found it interesting too to find out about this wicked British history. Never mind it. Well, we could use the word wicked now, couldn't we? Because we use it for meaning brilliant. Okay, so Ivor, I'll see you next Thursday. I'll see the rest of you, maybe, if you are able to and interested. We're here for a fantastic presentation about Rose Hall next week, so that'll be a good one. All right, and thank you for your sensitivities, everyone. It was obviously and is a challenging book, but we got through the session well. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mike, for the family and for your support and helping us to recognise that. Thank you, Vivian, for coming up with the prayer and also some very good points there you raised. Thank you very much, everybody. Now I have to work out how to switch off, which I'm not quite.
Liz. Hope you get some rest. Thank you.
Can I just say I've sent Vivian a message. So Vivian, could you have a look at your message, please?
You send me your email, please, Rose.
I have sent it as well.
On my email.
Oh, hang on.
V Corp for 1066.
Right, I'm just going to
Rose, I'll email you Dr. Vivian's.
Oh yes, okay.
Okay,
thank you,
June
Elizabeth.
I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much, everybody. I really.
Hey, Rose, a long time we was trying to get you to come on it, innit? And you were busy. Remember when you went traveling?
I'll do everything I can to. I'm actually traveling again on Saturday next. So
no,
I'll
not,
try and...
not last year, the year before. You know, when you were looking for the soldiers to write the book. And then did you go to Australia?
No. Sadly, I would have loved to have gone.
Where did you go?
I've been to. Oh my gosh, I'm going to Mauritius, but I was
a couple of years ago.
Oh my gosh.
When you was getting the soldiers to write the book. You remember you went away with your husband?
Oh, India, Vietnam.
Yes.
That's sorry.
It, yeah.
I just tried.
So,
I'm trying to get round, but
now you're on it. Now you're on the Black
You're all
history.
going to have to do your catch-ups and everything out of the meeting because I can't work out how to switch off.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Liz. Thank you.
Right,
thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks, folks. Thanks, Helen. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Bye.